Just getting my computer situated here. We'll get started real soon. All right. Hello. So, starting a little late on account of, I spent like an hour trying to figure out how to set up this webcam to do this. But you can't see it, so now I'm disappointed. It seems that OBS on the Mac can't handle two webcams at the same time. At least not via the same like USB Thunderbolt port thing. So that's disappointing. Really annoying. But here we are. So I will continue to just like move my camera down so you can see, or maybe I should swap to the built-in camera there, but then you're kind of just always looking at the side of me as I try to write some code. That is not optimal. Yeah, not sure what to do, but the first thing I got to do here is to make a commit. So I'm gonna git add the hello world. This is where we left off last time. I had the whole thing. The whole thing might be a mistake. It includes a whole bunch of CMake files that we don't want to include. We definitely don't want to include. So git restore staged hello world. That should unstage them. Okay. And then we're going to CD in there. And I can get rid of this old thing. And then we'll use the git ignore to great effect. So echo build into git ignore. Does that already exist? No, it's new. So now we can git add git ignore. And then actually, those probably I want to put in my global. So there's a trick, CVS ignore, where we can globally have, if you've got it set up in your git config, you can have things ignored everywhere. So I'm going to do I already have an Emacs window up? Yeah. I'm going to do an edit of that file. Show it here. Well, actually, let me show you. I'm not going to show you my global git config without checking first, because I believe you might put like passwords and stuff in there. So yeah, git config local. Yeah, there's like passwords in there for sending emails if you've got the email workflow set up, so I'm not going to show you that. But basically, so this is my git config, and the thing we're talking about right now is this excludes file that you've set in the global git config. So this is actually, well, this is a symbolic link from git config from the root here. So you see it's a symbolic link. It's colored in blue on my machine. To this file, and this file has a couple of like aliases and stuff. So the first thing it does is include this config local. This is where I have like passwords and stuff set up, and this is not something that everything I have is committed into a .files repo. So all my Emacs configuration, any settings that I use for tmux, back when I used to use tmux, not so much anymore. Same thing with Vim, all that config, that's in a repo. And this is where you can put stuff like passwords and things that like when you've got like a work configuration versus a home configuration, you can pull in a different file based on that and not commit the local file. So that's how I do that. I've got a couple of aliases that are nice to use, but then this is the important thing that we're talking about is this CVS ignore. This is a trick of sorts because this file, it's looked for by other tools like rsync as well. It'll look at this if you let it. So it doesn't sync like any temporary Emacs files or whatnot. But that's just a little trick to call it CVS ignore as an old convention. But in the meantime, let's actually edit this. And this'll just tell Git to like always ignore these things. So a bunch of other editor type stuff is what we're just looking at it. So the .cache directory and .clangd. That's our own kind of format there. So we'll kill that. And let me look at, I'm not sure if, okay. So now if we run git status, those things don't show up. And take a look at main, and that means we can add this whole directory. Git commit, give it a message. This is Blinky running on ESP32S3. Blinky running on ESP32 using pin 7 for LED. Cool. I really wish I could just switch to this thing, but unfortunately, we're stuck. Okay, so today the main goal was to work on I2C. So I'm gonna, where are my bookmarks? ESP, what's the name of the company? Espressive or something like that? ESP32. Dev kit documentation. Anyway, this gets us there. So, not the boards. Give me back to the docs. Where are all the docs at? There we go. API reference. So, where? I got these. This guy. So we have to look up the reference for it. But it is an I2C device. And it's got a handy little tag don't know if you can read that. Nope. FS 304 SHTXX, meaning that it's an unknown actual model, but it's got like labels for what each of these pins are. So red is VCC, SDA, SCK, and then ground. The typical stuff. So to use this, I need a few of these jumper cables, jumper wires, cable implies something else. And then I also have these little splicey things, because the ends of this are not actually compatible with from in the camera you can't really see it very well, but they're like ridged, so they're like impossible to get into. First of all, I don't even think it fits into one of these cables wires. Yeah, it doesn't fit at all. But they got these ridges that I think are meant to like not be able to pull back out. So at some point I bought these little splicer things, and they work pretty well. So I'm gonna grab a couple of these twofers. I need 4 of them. There are 4 wires on this thing. Three, 4. And then we just pick a side. So the way these work is they like connect on the inside. So we'll say you like lift up the little thing. It's got 2 of them in this for this configuration. There's broader ones with more. I'll start with the ground. I'll put these on the what you call it, the side with the label. So we'll start ourselves a convention, and then just clip it down, and that holds onto that. Do that for the others. Probably should have done this before the stream started, but I was so engrossed in trying to get this stupid webcam situation figured out, but I never did. Sad. Sad, sad, sad. And last one. So, we haven't talked about I2C and what the hell that means when I'm saying it. I2C or I2C or I2C. It stands for Inter-Integrated Circuit, and it's a 2-wire protocol for communication. Now, what does that mean? So basically, I think there's a diagram in these docs that I can use to show and not just tell. So let's have a look. I2C Inter-Integrated Circuit. Here we go. So here's the diagram. I can make this way bigger since... Okay. Can I get rid of you? How do I get rid of you? Can you go away? How do I... Ugh. You're just in the way, bro. Do you have a name? No. Okay, well, too bad. Where's a picture? Nope. This picture. So, I2C relies on there being like a single controller. They use the word master for this. We're not going to get into that debate. But basically, there's two modes. There's the master and then the slave devices, or the controller and the peripherals. And there's two wires. One of them carries a clock signal, and the other one carries the data in both directions. The clock signal is controlled pretty much by just the controller, and everything else is kind of passively listening for this. And they use it to synchronize themselves with the actual controller. Then what happens is that, well, so first there's a clock, then there's a data line. The data line goes in both directions, but the way that a device knows which direction to go is controlled just by how you do it. Effectively, if you are the master, you say, hello, I want to talk to device whatever, 42, let's say. So it has an address. Every device has an address that it listens for. So on this data line, you're saying, hey, device 42, I want to talk to you. And then if there is such a device, at the end of that byte of data, every byte of data, the device that's supposed to be listening will acknowledge that it got the message by just pulling down on these lines. And normally they're pulled up high. So it's going to pull them down and say, yep, I'm here. It wiggles the line. And then the controller can send data, and it starts sending data knowing that that device is listening. And then at some point it says, okay, I'm done. And the device says, okay, I gotcha. And then it'll reply if it needs to or not, right? And this is all, the specific way it works depends on each device. There's a little bit of differences between them. But overall, that's kind of how it works. The controller says, hey, device X, I want to talk to you. Here's some data. And then the receiver, when it's there, will say, okay, I'm here. And then it'll reply or not, depending on what the actual protocol is. So like some of them just expect like, oh, give me 4 bytes or whatever in a sequence, and then I'll give you 1 byte in return or whatever it is. But we'll look at that when we start looking up how to actually do this. So the first thing we want to do is kind of pick our wires here, so our pins. How do we get those? So back in my history, specifically for this dev kit, where's the picture? This picture. We're looking for an I2C port that we can use. I'm going to look at these multiple functions. I don't see where. I don't see where the SPI or the I2C pins are. They're not named the way they are in their diagram. But I'm guessing it's not gray. That's for debugging and programming. Not for bootstrapping. So I guess yellow. or this green color. But these are SPI. MTMS? No, that's for other stuff. Does it... I see 2 open drain lines, yeah. We talked about open drain last time, kind of what that meant. 7 or 10-bit addresses, sure. They have limited speed. And then, yeah, this is just going into the fact that at some point the API changed for I2C. This is the old API in this, the ESP dev kit thing. Where? I2C port. Wait, what? Auto selecting. No, where? Okay, so now I think we need to look up where where the alternate functions are defined for this in the actual hardware reference. Let's see. I think that'll give us this guy. Technical reference manual. So we're trying to find which bloody pins are connected to the I2C peripherals. Unless it's all bit banged and it doesn't matter. And you can just use any of the GPIOs, but I don't think that's the case. They gotta have, here we go, RTC I2C. Okay, here we go. Matrix. Functional description, sure, GPIO. Sigma modulated. Analog, wait, do we have a, system component. IO matrix. Peripheral signals via GPIO matrix. This one. Am I going crazy? I2C. Oh. What is it highlighting? I can't tell. More than 1,000 matches. Okay. Whoops. I2C. Registers 615. Well, what is RTC here? Let me go to the top. RTC. Yeah, that's real-time clock, I think. No? What does it mean? ESP32 RTC. Yeah. Am I crazy? No. Real-time clock. So I don't need real-time clock functionality for my I2C. Yeah, there's multiple cores. Sure. Yeah, I know how to do that. ULP coprocessor. Wait, what is ULP? I skipped over that. Ultra low power. Okay. Yeah. We're not there. Unless all of the I/O is connected to this thing, and then this guy just tells it what to do, and he's doing CPU compute heavy stuff. Okay, let's see. Deep sleep, low power. You're just gonna store an RTC memory program to access peripherals and registers during deep sleep. Yep. Yeah, so this guy, he can do heavy lifting. This guy can't, but he's very low power. So you can run all the time. Okay, so what if I want a non-RTC I2C control? So let me see. Processor, instruction extensions, UOP core processor, GDMA, direct memory access. I2S, no. This is not what I want. System components, there's IOs. Overview. Features 45 pins. Yeah. Okay. So there's an IO mux that is not the real-time clock IO mux. CPIO blank reg. Okay. Sleep mode. Enable pin during sleep mode. Drive strength, sure. Okay. Here. There's SPI. Does it reuse the SPI pins for I2C? Connectivity? Is this the... Here it is. So we're in here. But, how do we tell it what pins? What pins can we connect to? Yeah, noise filtering, clock stretching. Yep. Open drain output. I like this. Data store. So what pins support this function? Let's go back to programming example. No. Clock configuration, addressing mode, commands, no. All right, back to architecture. Yeah, you can tell it to do a thing, and then it's got finite state machine for S clock, and then the data gets shifted out based on configuration. Sure. That doesn't answer my question. So it's all to do with which pin supports the alternate function. So somewhere in here, there's a way to, so there's inputs and outputs. But how do we wire? Well, not all of these pins, I assume, support I2C. Right? That's my primary assumption for what's going on here. That not all of them can be hooked up to I2C. So go to what? There are 45 pins. Yeah. Okay, to receive a peripheral input signal via the GPIO matrix. To read pin X in the peripheral signal Y. Is there no list of the valid values of Y? Direct input and output via I/O mux. I/mux is used to correct. Yeah. Okay, so this is different. I see. Okay. So there's a GPIO matrix, which is this circuitry. Where to go? Up here. So there's this thing, which is mapped to all of the peripherals, but then there's some that can bypass this. How exactly, I'm not sure. In order to communicate more directly with the thing. So there's one from GPIO matrix to I/O mux, sure. Wait, I/O mux. This can be used to bypass this matrix. I see. Okay, so my assumption is not correct, and any of the pins can be used for I2C. So how do you do that? Configure register. Set, yep. Take me here. Selection control for peripheral input signal Y. What? GPIO status. I wish I could see where in this we are. Chapter 6. In the overview? No. Direct input here. Peripheral signals via GPIO matrix. Table 6.11. I2S. 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 I'm not seeing I2C. There's some I2C. I2C in the big old table. Yeah, so it's not in here. It's not the IO mux. So that's gonna that allows you to bypass the big matrix. So let me jump to the top of this table and do a search for I2C. Why is it jumping weird? Okay. Let me highlight this. Type I2C. There it is. These are the only ones. So it looks like there's only two things we can connect with I2C. Wait, so let's right. So the question we wanted to answer was, where do we plug it in? And the answer was, it doesn't really matter. But I don't know that we're going to use an SPI peripheral, but I'll probably avoid using those just in case. So I think I'm going to go with let's see. 4 and 5 are probably a fine choice. We already used 7. And I don't think we need these other ones. So yeah, we'll go 4 and 5. So let me just hook that up. Check this out. I got my phone here, and then like all the stuff set up there, and the phone doesn't work. So, or the Mac didn't like it. So, boo. I got like a different dock and everything. I like to we'll use blue and yellow. Yellow will be the clock. And blue will be the data. So let me put that on a sticky note, actually. Shoot. Stupid cable for my headphones killed my stack. So there's blue. Here's yellow. Oh, and we'll do 4 and 5. Let's see, we'll do 4 blue is SDA. Or, yeah. Unless we have to change it, we'll stick with that. And then 5 yellow. Since we don't have We don't have green to match. Since I'm low on cables. Yeah, all the green ones I have are pointy ends, so that's too bad. So we just use blue for data, and then SCL for serial lock. We'll use on pin 5. Let me just hook that up. What is VCC level for this thing, actually? So we can start. Before I connect that thing in, let's look it up. FS304 SHTXX. SH304. This is what I have. Let me see. Here, does it have any specs? Just says VCC. Well, what is VCC? Style, rugged. Here we go. SHT35. Here we go. Search for this. We'll search with data sheet. This one, or this one, or this one. Possibly that. No, that's already from here. Okay. So this is potentially in there. Is there a table? No table of contents. It'd be too easy. VDD is maximum. Okay. There we go. Electrical specs, supply voltage, typical 3.3. Yeah. Okay. So this thing is 3.3 volts. And then we also want to know what the heck it can do. We'll get to that eventually. So that's not useful. That's basically what we have. But it's got a bunch of annoying... Okay, so this is... I don't want to say... That's like the Fisher Price version of doing this. Command heater enable. Heater enable. What are we doing? Is equipped with an internal heater. Meant for plausibility checking only. Okay, we're not gonna use that. There's a status register. And okay, so it is in here. The info on how to actually do stuff. I think single shot mode is all we're gonna need. Okay, alert pin. We don't have that. And reset pin, we also don't have that broken out. We just have the serial communication lines. After reaching these thresholds, once it's idle, measurement sequence consists of the start condition, I2C write header, 7-bit address. So these are the diagrams for how this all works. Explaining how I2C works. Do I have multiple windows in this? Okay. So this S is the start condition, which normally, like every one of these data sheets, they have a little section that explains I2C in its entirety. It's kind of funny. It's to me, it's almost like a meme. But so this is the bus is being held like this by the controller in these conditions. And then this gray part is theoretically where the peripheral device is communicating back. So it does that with a little ACK. Right, so these lines are pulled up. So what the controller does is it goes high impedance and it just says, I'm like detached from this line now and just reading it and looking at it without actually driving it one way or the other, effectively turning it into a floating input. And it's pulled up, so it should be high normally. And it waits for the peripheral to pull it down, and that way it knows that, like, okay, we're talking, we're communicating. Then you send another command. It says, okay, we're still agreed on what the protocol is. It sends another byte. It's like, okay, we're agreed, and so on and so forth, until it starts sending back data. And then the roles are reversed, so you can see them color-coded here. So this, now the bus is kind of owned by the peripheral, and the controller sends back the ACK to be like, yep, I'm reading you. Yep, I'm reading you. Yep, I'm reading you. And then at the end it says, yeah, we're good. You're done. So, unfortunately, I don't see... They don't do that thing where they include how I2C works. In this, at least not that I can tell. Oh. No, that's just the timing. Electrical characteristic stuff. Yeah, no, they don't do that. Okay. I figure they can save paper or... whatever. Okay. In any case, we know it's 3.3 volts. We know we can do some commands. Let's start looking at some code. Where's Emacs? So, CD, code, projects, Compost Mon. It's still called Hello World. Should probably rename it. But we're just looking at this. Here we are. Okay, and then I believe what we need to do is... So first we need to pull in the environment. And I should do something about my prompt here to show me that I'm in the IDF config. So this should build, but I'm not interested in that. I'm looking at menu config. Water's not down here. Okay. Components. ESP I2C Communication. Is that what I need to do to include it? No. No, do I just use it? No. Okay, I remember. So this is what the CMake list is for. And then do I need to list them all with a different Thrive requires like this? I think I've gotten some kind of message. Not important. Whoa. Okay. There's a bunch of stuff. Blah, 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 blah. I think I just saw what I wanted, but it went away. Okay, config options. Nope. Here we go. ESP driver I2C. Yeah. The way one might expect. Okay, and then back here, now we can start using this. So we could do pound include driver I2C dot. I think that's what it is. Yep. And now, so we want to create. So we create a bus and the device on the bus. And this will quickly start getting out of hand. So I'll plan to do something about that later. But for now, I'm just going to leave this hello thing. And why did the bitrate go crazy? I don't know. Who knows? Okay, how do we organize this so that we can take it out more easily later? We'll just make a big chunk here for I2C Communications init. Do that. And so, yeah, we got a bus, and then we need the devices for the bus. So I2C new bus. We're gonna give it a config. Bus config. Come on. Bus config. And then bus handle. then these types come from where? Just in there. So I2C bus config? No. We're just looking at it. Config. And we'll have something to say about what goes in there. But then there's also, let's do this. Oh man, I wish I could kill you. Can I? Does it have a name? Mantine? Kappa button. Delete. Okay. Awesome. He's gone. We're good, hopefully, but probably not. Master bus handle T. Yeah, it just is an abstract thing that we can create by ourselves. So bus handle. Now, I thought these came from this. But it's not happy about... Oh, it's probably because I haven't built. So... yeah, rerun the build. That'll pull in the dependency on these, so that now theoretically this header should be found and its contents pulled in like that. This is C, so we cannot initialize it to whatever default safe value. And then for the bus configuration, that's the big question. Bus config. Here's an example. IO number. Where are they getting that? So we can jump into this file and say CLIO. That doesn't exist. But I2C clock source default. Now this clock source here just means there's no diagram. Clock source means here. It means what is feeding this circuitry in the device. It's not the clock pin that we've picked. That's this. So, well, first we'll do I2C port. Now, what does this mean? An I2C port. Maybe we should read this. And by we, I mean I. And my theoretical viewer. A port. Sets the port. I don't know how many ports there are. Use the helper function to retrieve the initialized handle via port. Okay. Except for the word port. Okay. -1 for auto select. Sure, we do not care. Okay, and then we'll say, so I think this avoids, this driver knows how to set those pin functions by itself, so we don't have to do much here. So SCL IO_num decided is 5. So somewhere up here we did GPIO_num 5, and then IO_num for SDA is GPIO_num 4. Yeah. It's quite a guitar solo. Hell yeah. Glitch ignore count. Master bus config T. No. This. Well. If the glitch period on the line is less than this value, it can be filtered out. Typically 7. Alright. Let's do that. Glitch ignore count equals 7. The typical value. Interrupt priority, you're not going to do that. I'm not going to do external pull-up, so enable internal pull-up needs to be true. Shoot, what was it? Yeah. So let's just do that. Enable internal pull-up. Nope. Is it not actually there? Is it lying to me? We can take a look. Aha, it's under flags. That's annoying. So back here, we can do dot flags equals this. Back to the example. Where was it? Here. Requires configuration. This is for device config. Okay. I don't know what this example is doing yet. Hey, look at that. It's exactly what we wanted to do. But I thought we needed more things here. So we can make that a little bit simpler. Then we have a handle. Then there's this ESP error check thing. Don't know where that comes from, so I'm not going to use it. I'm just going to do it the good old-fashioned good old-fashioned if statement way. To do something about it. Or I guess we could do air equals that. and then if air like this. Okay, so now theoretically we should have a bus handle that works, and then we can start creating a device. So we need the address from the status sheet. So normally these can be configured in the hardware. Let's see, do they have not on this diagram. Pin assignment, page 8. Yeah, so they have these address pins where you can set it either high or low, and it'll give you at least the option of, in that case, two different kinds of addresses, or two different addresses, 0 or 1 versions of them, and then some of them have more pins to let you further switch between those things. But here's this one, a 7-bit address. I don't know whether it's connected low or high, so we'll need to try both. So 7-bit address, either OX44 or OX45. And annoyingly, kind of the only way to do this with a lot of these is to either scan and write a program that just scans. Oh, that's very loud. But thank you for the follow. Very cool. I'm doing good. Oh, wait a minute. The alert shows up twice. Annoying. Da da da. Oh man. Are they a bot? They must be a bot. So I'm not gonna do that. But thanks for watching. Okay, so we need an address. Yeah, it must be. That's my guess. That's very convenient. Why would they watch if they have no audio? Very strange. So, okay. So yes, annoyingly, you have to scan for these sometimes when you don't know what it is. And then there's also the question of whether the address includes the read bit or the write bit. Because although the address is 7-bit in I2C, you use like 8 bits to talk to a device to tell it your intention of whether you want to write to it or read from it. And then sometimes the addresses include that. Sometimes they don't. In this case, they do not. So in binary, 44 is 10 and 0010. Or no, that's 100 and 100. So because address 45 is valid, that to me says that they're not including the read-write bit in their address. Or they haven't like shifted it up, because sometimes they do that and they expect you to or in the read and write bit. They like leave a space, but not in this case. So we're gonna do that. Grab me a new device config. Config T. we call this? Probe, dev t, dev config. This is a 7-bit address, we've decided. I don't know what this macro does. It's a value of either 0 or 1, okay. Device address, we're gonna assume default address, udo verify. And then clock speed, we'll keep it at the 100 kilohertz. This is the part where I wish I had C++, because you can do this. Oh, you can't in C. Okay. Now we want a handle for that device. Probe handle. I2C dev handle. And reuse the error thing. Add device. We have a bus handle. We're getting our dev configuration and out with a handle. If error is not okay, do something about it later. Do something about it. Okay. And now we should be able to take a reading after about a second. So we'll let it do the delay first, just in case it needs, well, we've already tried to, no, this doesn't do anything. So we'll wait until after at least the first delay. Communicate with probe. Do we need to set anything here? Each transmission begins with start condition. Sure. Clock stretching. Where are the commands? Measurement commands. No, we want one shot. Do we have to tell it to read? So, operation. Frequency's up to 1,000 kilohertz. We're not going that fast. Clock switching. Blah, blah, blah. The 16 bits commands to the sensor include CRC checksum. In right direction, it is mandatory to transmit the checksum. Starting a measurement. Well, maybe before we do that, we can try to read a lot of these devices have a status register. Here it is. That'll read back some stuff. So what we want to do is write to, well, read status register. Command is OX F32D. So we send write address That's probably handled by the controller or the hardware or the driver. But then the command is we send the command, 16-bit command. So like in this order, MSB and then LSB. And then that was the default address. Shift it up by 1, ORed with 1. Two bytes of command. Then we do read, which is just this. Then we do read 16 bits. Oh well. Read 16 bits. Big MSB first. And then read 8 bits of checksum. Plus 8 bits of checksum. So 23 byte read. And we should get... No? We'll theoretically get... I might just read 0. That's annoying. Oh well. We can use it though. Is it any harder to do the one-shot reading mode? Starting a measurement. In this mode, one issued measurement command triggers the acquisition of one data pair. 16-bit temperature and that might be too much. Let's read the status register first and leave it at that. Yeah. So, first, what's the API here? Add device, transmit. Is there a transmit receive? Yes. That's kind of what we want to do. Okay, callback was registered. It'll be asynchronous. Hopefully not. So this will do what we want, because this is, where's our status register read? Here we go. Because first you have to do a write in order to do a read. Right. This is one of those things where like the devices differ in how they do this. So in this case, you have to tell it, hey, here's what I want you to do, and then you can read back. Other devices, it knows, like it sees when you ask it to do a write versus a read, and it immediately knows what to do with that, just that. This is not one of those devices, so we have to do a write and a read. So Where is this function? Master transmit receive. We'll use this error thing again. And the things that we have here... shoot. It cleared my buffer. There. Okay. We have a device. What do we call it? Bus handle. We don't have a buffer yet. Wait. Not the bus. I want a device. Probe handle. That's what it is. Transfer timeout in milliseconds. -1. Wait forever. I guess we don't really want to do that. Maybe wait. We'll wait forever. Whatever. This is not yet a production system. So we need a write buffer and a read buffer. And how are we going to do that? We can make... do we have access to this? Yes, we do. What do we want to call this command? I want to just do what it says here. Status... read status command. Read status command. Probe read status command is going to be an array of bytes, and it's going to be 16 bits OXF3 followed by OX2D. Okay. And then we can allocate a buffer for status read buffer. 2 bytes, 3 bytes. Doesn't need any of that. Okay, and luckily, so these are byte buffers, so we can just probe read status command. We can just do size of. And I'm a weird guy, so I like to do this, where I don't treat size of like a function. Because it's not. So here's this. Put that on its own line. Then put the read stuff on its own line. And similarly, we got 3 bytes of probe read buffer. Whoop. Come on, jump back. There we go. Probe read buffer and size of probe read buffer. Control U 2 Alt Z comma. Hashtag Emacs. All right. So now this should read back some data, and it'll wait forever to do it. Do not advise doing that in production, of course, but now we need to print it out and see whether or not that works. It very well might. It probably will not, in my experience. So what should we do here? It's 2 bytes of data. So we'll do UN16T register value, status register value is the probe status read buffer. We're going to ignore the checksum stuff. I'm not going to bother with that right now. The first byte is the most significant byte, so it gets shoved up by 8 bits. And then we combine that with the second byte, which is the least significant byte, which is not shifted up at all. So now we have a value. We can print a... do we need to put the percent here? I know there's this PRI U16. I think that's the syntax. I don't know if there needs to be a percent right here, though. So, but first, we say probe status register, and then pass in status register value. And that should give us that value, hopefully. Let's try it. First, I gotta actually plug it in. Oh, it's all loose. But yeah, VCC, we decided was 3 volts correctly. I'll hook the ground first. I'll do that last. So ground first. You cannot see this. I'm sorry. Next time, I hope to have something figured out for this top view. Come on. I'm lifting those things is a little harder than I think I expect every time. And now, oh, that's not what I'm looking for. I'm looking for blue. Blue to green. You know what? I'm going to swap this out. I was using the green for the LED before. But no. No longer. Okay. That's those. And finally the red for VCC, which is our 3.3 volt rail. Low in, click. All right. So now that's connected. Theoretically, we should be able to see it go. So let's program it. Flash. Well, build first. A little overzealous. So that seems to work. So we'll hit it with the flash, and then I gotta remember what port it's at. Dev TTY ACM, right? Yeah, ACM 0 in this case. So that's flashed, and then we got monitor. Unexpected knack. Okay, so things are happening. We'll let it reboot and see what it says from the beginning. Okay. Oh, it's got 5.9. Okay. do I print it out in hex? Can I do that? Let's see. Is it int types.h? No. Stud int. No, where are these? PRI U32, for example. Int types. IOU. I think X means lowercase hex. Okay, yeah. So instead of a U, give me the X, and then I'll include an OX in there. But it's getting an error, and then I also want to do a new line. So back to our endless loop. Transaction failed. Unexpected neck. So this might be a good time to bust out the debugging tools. Do I even have... The problem is they can be bad for my RAM. So, what do you think in the chat? Light theme or dark theme? Oh God, I think I know my answer. Never mind. All right, this has been updated way a lot since the last time I used it. I have this bad boy. What the? Is that an update? I don't know what just happened. Okay. So I got the, yeah. I got this logic analyzer guy. It's really cool, kind of overkill for, I think, most people. If you're like not in this profession, definitely get like a cheap version of these. They exist. I don't have any recommendations. So I got this quite a while ago now. But this is the wrong set of pin thingies. Okay, here we go. So they got these intimidating looking lots of wires, but just know that like the bottom half of these, the entire bottom rows are entirely ground. So like these are all ground. You only need to connect one unless you're doing like really high frequency stuff and you want to reduce any noise or impedance problems. Yeah. So, and then they just go in here. There's a certain orientation they take. So you make sure the colorful ones are on top. And this is the part where actually I regret not not breaking everything out onto the breadboard. So I'm gonna do that then. But do I have enough of these stupid cables? I don't know. Maybe, maybe not. Let's see. I could do... If I got sockets, I can use those with the leftover header pin stuff to break it out. Yeah. This should be okay. I think we can work with that. Unfortunately, my color coding is going to go down the tubes. One thing you might notice about the colors of these jumper wires, they're generally all the same set of colors. And if you've ever looked at resistor bands, the colors might look familiar to you. White, black. Here's one, a complete rainbow. These are the same. It's the same sequence of colors as on resistor bands charts. You gotta get really close. You got white, black. So it starts with black. Black, brown, red, orange, yellow, green, blue, purple, and then gray, and then white. And then it repeats. But that's not something I want right now. Those are also not. Here's one. Okay. Those are all socket. This one is not. Okay. I really wish I could switch to the overhead cam. This is super disappointing. But yeah, we'll kill this. I think the key is escape. It doesn't like that. It really needs control, close square bracket. So I'm just reaching out over here, breaking out these things that I just plugged in. Don't mind me. need some of these double-ended ones. So the double-ended guys, I'm connecting. Why don't I just move you over here so you don't have to watch me? Hello. Prepare to get dizzy. Get rid of this stupid thing. It's not even working. That's close enough, huh? So I've got my logic analyzer. Try to ignore some of these pins here. Okay. So these double-ended jumper boys are pretty good at, they just fit in there. So that's convenient. And now I need one for yellow and one for green. Grab these. So 0 will be our clock. Okay, and then that's blue. And then 1 will be the data. It's the brown one. Bloop. It helps if you don't miss. Okay. Yeah, you can't really see that well. So ground. And then we got clock, data. Now we need to just jump the device back in there as well. So we need a red. Do we have a black? We'll use brown. So we don't have a loose black one. And then another green. And another yellow. I don't have a loose yellow, so orange it is. So this is ground. I've connected the microcontroller into the rails of this breadboard. In fact, I can probably make that a little bit more obvious by moving them into the actual rail slots instead of the little convenient pluggy thing. But yeah, so now the device gets hooked up. Let's do ground first. Said brown for that. Goes in here like this. You can't actually see this. There we go. Ow. Hook that up to the rail. Then I'm saying red for VCC, and so I haven't. The microcontroller is not currently plugged in, so this is okay right now. Just wiring it up. Plug that into the rail as well. Okay, and now we got the yellow data or the yellow clock and the green data. Put those in, and then hook them up to the breadboard. Okay. Now I'll plug this in. And I have this little probe guy. Can you see? You can't actually see the logic analyzer in the shot. So this is the device. It's just a little probe. I'm assuming there's a tiny circuit in here somehow plugged in. But this is the logic analyzer. And now I've got the software up somewhere here. Where are you? Here we go. So now we said, what did we say? Channel 0, which is black, is on the clock. So clock. And then data. We want to change the channels here so that I can bring you back up. Hello. Hi. We want to change these channels. And they've changed my my interface here, so I don't actually know what's going on. There's a way to turn off these channels and turn on different ones. So right now it's connected to 0 and 1, but 0 and 1 are, this is analog capture. I don't want that, because that, it captures a lot of data and it's not very useful. It's a digital system. Everything's either on or off. We don't need to measure all the things. So here we go, device settings. We can pick in this thing which ones we want to listen to. This particular model has up to 16 channels. I'm not going to use all of those. Just going to use 0 and 1. We don't have to capture that many samples, but we'll leave it at default. What is this? This is the threshold or the logic level? I don't remember what the logic level is. I'm gonna say 1.8. Though it might be 3.3, but unclear. Looping? Continuous recording the disease. Yeah. Memory buffer size. Do not use that much. No. Oh, my stupid machine. Okay. Continuously record data until a digital trigger is found. No. Capture for... Yeah, let's just do 1 gigabyte. And then return to the monitor so we can kind of see what's going on. Oh, we changed some stuff, so let me actually... We can just do flash, and that should build and program. Oh. Hello. PRIX. Is that not a value? No, it's here. Did I misspell 1.6? Like what? Oh, duh. There we go. I put the new line in there. That's not it. Okay. Yes. So now flash. And then monitor. Hey, no error. Look, ma, no error, even though we didn't change anything. That's my favorite part of doing stuff like this. Oh, gosh. Oh, my wife's calling me. Hang on. Let me hit the BRB. There we go. And we're back. Okay. All right. So it seems to be working. Maybe. We're getting back a consistent value here from this guy, but I might as well show you what's going on with the logic analyzer. Hello, hello, hello. So every second or so, you see this little burst. Right here, it's just a thin line because it's really fast. So you zoom in at the speedy boy and hide that so it's a little bigger. Can we... How low can we go? This also has... yeah, they're called analyzers. And it has them pre-built in. So you can just look at I2C, our data line we call data, clock line we call the clock. I don't know what this is. So we're not going to stream to terminal. That doesn't make any sense to me. Show protocol results in table. I don't know what that is, but here it is. Neat. So this is what I'm talking about. This is all clock here. And then this is a start condition. And then all the data. More data, more data. So we're writing F3, we're writing 2D as in over here, this command buffer. Where is it? Oh. Writing F3 in 2D. So that's the array that's written here. It's handling magically doing this first bit. And then we're doing a read here. Same thing. It handles figuring out this particular byte of data. But then it's reading back these values. So 80, 10, and then E1 is the checksum. What happened to my datasheet? Here we go. So now if we look at some of the bits, what are we getting back? 8, 80, 10. So 8, 8, 0, 1, 0 in hex is in binary 1, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 1, 0, 0, 0, 0. Okay, and so bit 15, default value of 1. Right, and then everything's numbered starting at 0. So 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. And then we can add the ones for the ones that are greater than 10. Like this. So So 15, 14, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, etc. Getting a call from my wife again, it makes no sense. All right. Is it like mishearing me, or is she doing something weird? I don't know. How do I turn this thing off? Power off. There. Freaking weird. All right. Where was I? Yeah, okay, so bit 15, default value 1, at least one pending alert. Heater status 0, reserve stuff. What else is 1? Pin 4, system reset detected. Okay, so, okay. And then might as well do this clear thing so that when we read it back again, maybe it's not a problem. Or do we need to like do, whenever we start, we do a reset? I don't know. General call with the reset functionality on this? I don't know about that. That's a new thing to me. A general call. I mean, telling the whole bus, hey, you should all reset. Maybe. Yeah, we don't have control over the reset pin or the supply pin for that, so we want this soft reset. So probably can do this with just a function. So let me do that. So ESP will return this from a function called probe reset. And we can just keep the buffer in here. So probe reset command is OX30 OXA2. And it's a buffer of 8-bit integers, aka bytes. So let me see if I can remember. I2C master. I don't need to remember. Device read? No, can't remember. Master transmit. And then we'll take the handle here. Handle to a device. So we'll do that, and then just probe reset command size of probe reset command. -1 for the timeout. We'll wait indefinitely. Ill-advised, but whatever. So that's one function. What else do we want to do? I suppose we can read the status register. So in this case, ESP RT probe status read. Probe read status. We'll give it the handle again. And this time we'll do a uint16t out. What do we call it? Status out. Pointer. And we have a way to do that here. Groovy. Okay. Oops. ESP air T air is that hdev. I should call it dev h. I don't know. Give me an indentation that makes sense here. Although these guys use for so I do that. So if air equals ESP OK, then fill status out with this value that we've formed from the output. We're just taking what we did down there, moving it up here. And if there's no error, so you should probably check for, this is where we start getting into weird handling of stuff. So if status out is not null, or if it is null, that's an error. Does not check status out for nullness. Return error. Okay. So, and then I can move this data, keep it from being global. So this is const. Boop. Put it in here. Make this static. And then 3 bytes on the stack is not a big deal. We're not really supposed to do that, so we'll just teach you the right way and make this static. Okay, so now we replace our code down here, truth broken, on Poipus, with uint16t status register value, initialize it to 0, and then do our probe read status, give it our probe device handle, and then the output parameter register value. If error does not equal ESP OK to do handle the error. Okay. So I think the status, we only need to do it once. Here. Oops. We'll just do that one time. And then here we'll do the actual, well, after we do that, we'll clear it. We just wrote that function. Probe, reset. Probe handle. Handle the to-do for handling the error. Where's reset? Soft reset. Soft reset command. Does it give me an idea of how long that takes? Storage temperature, power up time, soft reset time. Up to 1.5 milliseconds. Okay, so probe resets. Now we do reset takes up to 1.5 milliseconds. So we'll just delay. So retask delay. Ticks. I don't want any ticks. We just want 1 millisecond. Wait a minute. What kind of type is this? Port tick period milliseconds. It's in hertz. Is there a more... No, milliseconds is it. So back to here. 2 milliseconds. Okay. Measurement duration. That takes up to 6 or 15, depending on our config, which is what we're going to do next here. And I'll move that comment up to our guy up here. Oh boy. String replace. Rectangle replace. String replace. String rectangle. There it is. And up. Where'd it go? Okay, so we're doing our reset. So printf resetting probe. Server clang exited. Oh no. Make this big. Can only see some of what I'm doing. Now we want to do a reading in here. So once a second should be fine, as long as we kick off the first reading the previous time. Where is our how to do a measurement? Why is there so much highlighted here? Very strange. Okay, same shot, data acquisition mode. Okay. What? So they have this repeatability thing. measurement duration, overall consumption. I guess we'll do high repeatability because it doesn't matter. I don't think we care about clock stretching, so we'll say disabled. Right? It should say like, oh, no data's ready. Is that what it's saying? When a command without clock stretching has been issued, the sensor responds to a read header with a neck if no data is present. If you've got clock stretching, it'll take control of the SCL line and then pretend that it's an extra long clock cycle until it's actually ready. I don't think we want that. Because I feel like that ties up the bus. We don't want to do that in general. Kind of defeats the purpose of having a bus. So, the command is going to be 2400. Okay. Well, let's just prototype it directly in here. Command to do one-shot read is, what do you say? OX2400. High repeatability. High repeatability. That looks like a weird word. Repeatability, sure. High repeatability with no block stretching. Without block stretching. And so that's going to be... What is SCL free? That means nothing's happening, I think. Okay, and it's showing what's happening if clock stretching is disabled. Yeah, you do a read to say like, oh, I think you should have it now. If clock stretching is disabled, it says NAC, in which case it goes back to this state and you basically do this again. So this is like the loop part. Okay. Yeah, that's kind of what we want. You don't want this, because it'll just eat the bus. And this may or may not be the only device on that bus that we need to do stuff with, so it doesn't make sense for it to just monopolize the whole thing. Okay, so 2 bytes of command, then wait up to, or at least at least up to however long the measurement takes, which we said was what, 15 milliseconds or something? Where's that table? This one. High repeatability, 15.5, so 16 milliseconds. Takes up to 16 milliseconds to read, to do the measurement. I guess we'll do that without the do it before this. V task delay 16 milliseconds. Okay, this is just no, it's the number of clock cycles, so this is correct. It should give me milliseconds. Right? Yeah. $1,000 milliseconds divided by milliseconds is about 1 second. Yeah. So, yeah, that's right. Not divided by milliseconds, but divided by the number of ticks in a millisecond. This will give me ticks, which is what v-task delay takes. Okay. Been doing this for a few hours now. My brain. Yes. Do we need a transmit read or just a read? Okay, do the command here and then read. So first we do the command. We don't need the transaction stuff. Transmit receive. We just need transmit. Like this. Bang. Don't return. Error equals that. Not a probe reset command, but we'll do well, we're renaming this. Probe. One shot read. High, no stretch. Oh, that's so bad. Okay. One shot read command. That's better. One shot read command. Probe. One shot read command. Wait. Up to 15. Measurement takes up to 15 and a half milliseconds. Wait 16 before reading result. Then we do a read. So then, again, don't do stack. Probe, measurement, buffer. And we need to read back temperature MSB, temperature LSB, a checksum. So that's 24 or 6 bytes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 bytes. Read 2 times 16-bit data plus 8-bit CRC. And this is just a buffer. Where we do the reading with I2C master read. Right? Receive. Master receive. The handle, probe measurement buffer, size of probe measurement buffer, and we can wait forever. And then we print the data. Yeah. So two 16-bit integers, UN 16T, temperature. What is it? Temperature and humidity. So 16-bit temperature, humidity. I'll set them to 0. And then we'll take probe measurement buffer. Grab the first one is shift that up 8 bits. Combine that with the second byte here. Shift that up 0 bits, and that becomes temperature. In fact, we don't need to do any pre-allocating thing. Now do the same thing here, except we're using different indexes. So 0, 1, 2, 3, and 4. 3 and 4. That'll give us the temperature. That'll give us the humidity. And now the question is, what units are they in? Whoa. Okay. Periodic mode. No, does it explain the units? Specifications. Performance. Units. RH. Percent. RH. What is RH? I don't know what that means. Relative humidity. Okay. But what format is the data? Is it like a fixed point value or shows by performance, supply voltage, current, output, heater power, measurement, power time, duration, human body model for that, power pins, clock data, address pin, alert pin, reset pin, communication, clock stretching, checksum. Okay. Starting a measurement. One data pair. 16-bit humidity value. Each data value is followed by a checksum. Sure. Where do we figure out what it means? I guess we can just look at it and divine based on our knowledge of the temperature in the room what it is. But I was hoping it would just tell me. Format. Oh, here we go. Conversion of signal output. What is SRH? Denote the raw sensor output. Haha. Okay. So S temperature, S humidity. And to get actual humidity as a percent, I'm going to do a little float. Float, relative humidity, is 100 times S temperature divided by 2 to the 16 minus 1. That's 65,535. One of the only numbers I've memorized. Right? 2 to the 16 is 65,536. Minus 1 is 65,535. Also equivalent to this. FF. Yeah, what is this math? Oh, it just goes from 0 to 100. As like a fraction. Or from 0 to 65,535. And so you just get a percentage of 0 to 100% of that mapped onto the percent range. So you map 0 to 65,535 to linearly to 0 to 100, and that gives you relative humidity. Okay. Because this is 100%. Right, so OX FFFF divided by FFFF is 1 times 100 is 100. 0 divided by this is 0. You get 0%. Yeah, okay. Okay, and then temperature, float. Temperature Celsius. Temp C. We'll just do this formula. 45. Get over here. Look at you. Negative 45 plus 175 quantity times our S temperature. Again, divided by the range. So this is the OX FFFF here. And do the same thing for Fahrenheit, except that the constants are a little different. 315. Yeah. So a value of 0 is the lowest possible value, which is negative 45 Celsius. And then for Fahrenheit, it's negative 49. And then the maximum value is quite big. Is that 315 minus 49? So 200 and some odd? 70 something? 66? I'm leaving out my semicolon. I've been doing too much like scripting and dynamic language stuff. Where's my semicolons habits going? Okay, I like that. I like that. I think that's okay. So then we print it all out. Printf. Temperature. C. I can just insert this. Can I? No, it doesn't like that. Oh, there we go. Oh, that is not the character I want. What is it? Control X8 to insert degree Celsius. Like that. Temp equals. We'll do a tab here, and then a tab. Well, we can just do %F. Yeah. Yeet. We want 2 tabs, probably. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We'll see. %F. Is F a thing? I don't think so. Printf format specifiers. F, floating point number. Yeah, F exists. I've always used. Oh no, that is the only one that exists. D is for integers, not doubles, of course. New line there. So temp C, temp F. Print F, rel humidity is, we'll hit it with the tab %F, %% for a % sign, and RH. And don't forget the new line. Okay, moment of truth. Control, close square bracket, IDF pi flash hdev undeclared on line 163. Alt G 163. Hdev. Oh, it's probe device. It is before. Where is it? Probe handle. Probe handle. Unused variable S humidity. Oh no. I've used temperature for humidity. S humidity. There we go. Oh yeah. Here we go. So monitor. Unexpected knack. Why? So this now is where we can use our guy. Oh. Here's a okay. Trigger, sure. Wait a minute. So they it should come in blocks. So here's one. Where we send 2400 is the reset command. No. 2400 was our read. Where to go? There's our 2400. Huh. 2400. And then we waited. How long did we wait? that's only 10 milliseconds. It's supposed to be like 16 or whatever. So I don't know what's up with that. Is our delay is weak. Can we just double it to 20 and see if that does it? We'll do this, and we'll do copy this, change it to Flash, doing also butts. There we go. Flash it and then immediately begin to monitor. Okay. I hate that it just starts to work. I guess we changed the delay, but it wasn't that significant a change. Alright, so where's the 2400? Come on. 2400. And then we got about closer to 20 milliseconds. So maybe it's just like a rounding problem here with the VTest delay. 16 does not divide well into whatever this macro resolves to. Okay. But okay, that's not actually working though. Because the data is way wrong. It is not. Like, this room stays pretty chilly, but it is not minus 45 degrees. So I don't know what's going on there. So let's take a look at the data coming back. Okay. So we're reading 44 is 5E. Wait. It's just a read, right? We don't have to write like oh, now we need to read out stuff, right? Do we? No, we should just be sending a read header. Here. So why does it hate me? Yeah, so we sent this 2400, and then we should send a thing, and then if let's look at master receive again. Master receive. Okay, callback. Parameter invalid or timeout. Stretching? No, that's a different behavior. Well, let me look at this log again. Probe status register is that, and then we do the reset for it. Probe reset. Let me look at this. Where are you? Oh my god. Clang D is unhappy. Why? Why? No, it's back. Okay. Is it just we're losing precision here? Anyway, back to... I want to look at you. There we go. What? So, hang on. So taking the number 2 and dividing it by the quantity 1,000 over ticks. So I'm concerned that the precision here is really bad. And my brain is failing to understand this conversion at an innate level. So it'll do 1,000 divided by tick rate in hertz, which is probably in the megahertz range. Unless it's a different value. It's already converted to something. Is it ticks per hertz? So if it's like megahertz, it's 1,000,000 ticks per hertz. Let's just print it out. Printf. Delay for an unsigned number. So 2 divided by, I think tick type is unsigned. Something. It's not popping up. So 2 divided by port tick period millis. And we'll do the same delay over here. Delay for 20 millis. Delay for milliseconds. Okay. What are you crying about? Okay. Oh, maybe that the warning is telling me the right thing. So let's say instead of 175, this is that, and instead of, so we do 1.0 times that. I don't have to do that. You can just cast it to a float. Like that. Float. How's that? Okay. Go. Bloody hell. Wait, what? Missing number of cores, yada yada. Excuse me? I didn't change anything. I didn't think. Delay for that in parens. %u. Unsigned long. Or let's long unsigned. Well, what's it crying about now? Unsigned int. D. %D. What? Long unsigned int. What is this port yield thing? That wasn't there before. Did I change something? I didn't think I did. Have I lost it? Built. Okay. So %d there. It wants a long thing. 168 long. Okay, this is probably just because it's on Linux. But then what the hell? What did I change? Port yield cold movies. What? What? Oh. Were you there before? This is new. Something auto-completed for me? Let's take a look. Okay, yeah, I think it... Oh, clock tree defs. What is this? Get out of here. Okay. Alright, I think we're back. Okay. Yeah, I think my autocomplete thing pound included something for me that it should not have. It's all messed up. Okay, it's still going to complain about that here because this is running on Linux, even though the target, it's correct for the target build, not correct on my host machine. Okay, now we're talking something normal. The first breed was definitely not correct. But then we got something more reasonable afterward. So the delay for 2 milliseconds is correct. Do we need to delay more? Oh, here's a delay for 0. Resetting probe, delay for 0. Oh no. Oh, it's only doing 2 milliseconds. That's not correct. If I do that. 20 unsigned long. Now we're just messing around. Yeah, delay for 2 is not correct. Let's change the text to make sure I'm not getting confused. So we're saying delaying, and that'll be the one in the loop. And then this will be different from delay, which is the initial startup one. Yeah, the initial startup one is 0. and then delaying is only 2 milliseconds. What? What the funk? But yeah, so this is kind of correct. According to my own little weather station over there, it is 39% relative humidity and 68.4 Fahrenheit. Which I didn't put the units on here. So we've over-tabbed EU, and we need to Control X8, enter degrees, degree Fahrenheit. But yeah, that delay needs to be much longer. Where's the clock speed on this guy? Do we know? Lock. .5 megahertz. Which should be... Oh, we've gone too far. Got into instruction set. Yeah, so... Yeah, the only issue now is our delays don't work the way we think. Retask delay. In ticks can be used to calculate real time from tick rate. 1 tick period. 500 milliseconds. Yeah. That's what it's supposed to be. Is it just too... It's just too low res? Like the math just doesn't work out? What is tick type? Tick type. How do we search? Is there no search? Hello? Hello? Oh. API reference? No, this is ridiculous. How do you search for the free RTOS? I guess. How do we do website search? Site free RTOS.org. Tick type. Back please. Tick type _T. Yeah, that's what I want. Here. That's a forum post. Support archive. What the? What the? Is it not possible to just see the? Wait. Classic FreeRTOS. Tick type T. Code. Have to sign in. All right, nobody look. Pay no attention. Oh, butts. Use a security key for 2FA. Okay, we're back. So what the hell is tick type? Delay periods are not supposed to use variables and constants. Oh, wait a minute. Am I just stupid? I mean, yes, but I think I am. So this should be multiplication because each one is a millisecond. No. What's this doing here? This is doing 1,000 milliseconds divided by the number of ticks in a millisecond. Why? Or is it the number of milliseconds per tick? Oh boy. All right. No, go back to this. Given number of ticks, actual time the test remains blocked depends on the tick rate. A constant, this, can be used to calculate real time from tick rate. Test will be unblocked in the does not ever provide a good method of controlling the frequency of a periodic task. Yeah. In tick periods. Yeah, so this is I'm confusing myself now. I don't understand why this doesn't work. It oughta, but it doesn't. It's only 2 milliseconds. So, where's my paper? Dimensional analysis time. V-test delay takes ticks, so we want ticks. So ticks equals some number with question mark. I guess I can write this out on screen. We've got ticks equals some question mark divided by period milliseconds. So it's like 1,000 divided by ticks per second, I think. So this is milliseconds. Divided by ticks per second. So we're trying to get ticks. And we're saying 20 milliseconds. No, that's not even, that doesn't make any sense. So, because we're saying 20 milliseconds divided by X equals some number of ticks. Which means that this, whatever this is, it's in units of I hate doing it in a line like that. I have to have them stacked so I can cross things off. 20 milliseconds divided by, well, let's use the 1,000 example. 1,000 milliseconds divided by whatever this is, so X has to be units of what? Seconds per tick, which is the inverse of hertz. So we'll have 1,000 milliseconds times 1 over, so X is down here, and then we got, flip this over, so you got tick per sec. That's hertz. Right? Because it's, if it's divided by seconds per tick, then that means it's because it's multiplied by 1 over X in units of tick per second. That gives us ticks, because we're going to take this, gets divided by that, and those cancel out, and we just get tick on top. So we want ticks per second It's just rounding down way too much. How are we getting just 2? For some reason, we're getting 2 here. Right? 2 milliseconds. Unless I'm printing that wrong, but I think that's correct. So 2 ticks. Or no, 2 milliseconds worth. This isn't. Oh. Duh. Frickin' duh. This is ticks. Not milliseconds. Yeah. So ultimately here, x is 10. So we got 20 milliseconds times 1 over x times whatever the units are, doesn't matter. Equal sign. So this is 10. X is 10. So that value of 1,000 divided by 10, no, 100. Yeah. So if x is 10, then that means that 1,000 divided by the tick rate in hertz, is that what that is? 100 hertz? Or 10. Is it 10? No, 100. 100 to get 10. Yeah, divide by 100, get 10. That means there's 10 ticks in a millisecond. Right? Right. Tick rate hertz. We can find that. Config tick rate hertz. Use Git. Is that a pound to find somewhere? Okay. Thank you for joining me on this rabbit hole. Brought to you by FreeRTOS. Is this defined anywhere? Only by configs, I think. Where That's POSIX. Test apps, kconfig. It's not a pound to find. Otherwise, I think I'd see it here. Unless... Is all the FreeRTOS stuff a submodule thing? I don't think so. Is it? It's not a macro. Otherwise, it would have come up here, but. MS 2 ticks. Maybe that's what I want. MS 2 ticks. I don't know if that's available. Oh my god. Config FreeRTOS Hertz. Okay. Git grab this. Oh my gosh. ESP driver. Blah 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 blah. I mean, this is the number of ticks of the RTOS. It's like the systic timer in ARM processors. It's set to 1,000. Is it ever not set to 1,000? Doesn't look like it. Those all look like 1,000 to me. Maybe I need to look in my own directory here. Config FreeRTOS Hertz. 100. Why is it 100? Who decided? Maybe I can find it in here. So, do a search. Ticks. Here. FreeRTOS. To support. This is a re-implementation. Ticks. Ticks. I like doing this better, I think. So I'm gonna do that and then leave it there because I'm getting annoyed. So PDMS ticks 20. PDMS2 ticks 20. Okay. Oh my. Where's the other one? There's one more. Here we go. Ticks. PDMS2 ticks 2 and pass it in here. PDMS2 ticks number 2. Get rid of that guy and build and run. Oh, shoot. Did it change the includes again? Yeah. Well, it kind of worked. Let me see. PD MS2 ticks. Just the ones in our project. But we shouldn't need to do that. Proj defs, get out of here, because FreeRTOS should include everything. I don't think we need those. I2C types, they should be pulled in by I2C master. Okay. Clean build. Clean as in no errors that the compiler knows about. Still not sure why the first read is so bad. Very not great, but the rest are fine. I think it's just not ready. So, could have it. Oh, come on. Could have it wait longer. It could be not ready to accept the reset to begin with. So, there's that. Yeah. Okay. Well, anywho, that needs to get cleaned up. So we'll do that, and then I think we'll leave it. We'll leave it there for this. This part of it. So yes, start. We'll call it start one shot read, maybe. So ESPRT probe start one shot measurement. We'll give it just the handle we've done before. Dev handle T. HDev. And I don't think we need to take anything else. We just need take all this data. And ESP error type. Well, we don't even need to do that. We can just return here. Indent. Replace probe handle with HDev. We can make this static. And call the function probe start one shot measurement probe handle like that. Air not equal ESP OK to do Why is it? Oh god. Why is it dumb? Well, I want doc comments here anyway. Begins, tells the probe to begin a read a measurement. This uses the high repeat ability mode. The high repeatability mode without clock stretching. This means it takes up to 15.5 milliseconds to complete the measurement. Measurements, do a, we'll create it here, probe read one-shot measurement, master dev handle T, give it the, no, we'll just call it, do a probe read one-shot measurement, after the delay, after a delay to get the data back. Okay. The other one, ESP probe read one-shot measurement. In this case, same thing, a handle, but then I think we just want to take output params for float pointer, temperature C, and I suppose we can do temperature F as well, and then relative humidity, like that. Create a buffer here, probe measurement buffer with 6 elements. We will take the time. What is this? Do not, okay. Found include string.h, which is where memset is. Do we need to do that? Not really, I don't care. Let's not do it. So then ESP error T is the result of doing this read. Get rid of that. That's called hdev. Measurement buffer, infinite wait time, and then the raw readings pulled out, and then we can write to if air is ESP okay, then take these, and instead of doing new variables, use these pointers. So temperature C, temperature F, and relative underscore humidity. Indent, return the error, and then use it. We still need to allocate space for them, so these are just declarations that then get passed to probe, one shot, probe read, one shot, measurement, a probe handle, temp C, temp F, and RH. Okay. What if I do what I had originally planned and do the delay, or do the reading bit after the initial delay? Maybe that'll work. I can get rid of you. Let's try it. Bang. I don't know what happened to my blue wire. I meant to swap that out. Hey, that kind of works. Now we're at normal temperatures there. Pretty cool. Formatting's still totally awful. So let's do... a lot of people don't know this about C. When you do strings, you can just put a string next to another string like this with no bits, and they'll automatically be combined into a single string. We'll do like that. Relative humidity. %F, %% to get a % sign. Cool. And then our formatting should line up a little bit better. And in fact, something like this could be nice. Yeah, that all looks good. So then if I grab it and warm it up, temperature should start to go up. Oh, yeah, there goes 69. Nice. Up to 70. 71. 72. Very cool. Awesome. All right. So I think the only thing I want to do now is stop having it be this weird reboot loop application. Just have it say hello world and do an infinite loop here. It won't like the I. And so that'll just sit there forever. Which is fine by me. So here's an infinite loop. exactly what we want. Often that's considered a bug. Not an embedded land, baby. Infinite loops. We never want to stop. There we go. I can get rid of this delaying for 2 ticks nonsense. Delay for 0 ticks. Definitely delay for at least 1 tick. Okay. Now we should get a nice infinite output. Flash size, heap size. What else does it tell us? BLE, Wi-Fi, Bluetooth stuff. The status register. It hasn't cooled down. Oh, it has cooled down since I let it go. 4, 5, 2, 3, 2. Slow, but it's there. Okay. Excellent. Now, I don't think delay. I'll talk about this next time. Maybe that's what I'll do next, or I think next time I'll work on the analog input of this guy, the soil moisture. This is just an analog output, I think. I don't know what its units are, or even I don't even remember where I got this from. Probably bought it on Amazon. So I'm not sure if there's any data sheets or anything to describe or characterize it at all. At the very least, I need to know what kind of VCC I should be giving it, whether it runs on 5 volts or what. Let's see. Check my orders. What? No, go away. Soil. Here we go. Capacitive soil moisture sensor module, corrosion resistant. Moisture detection garden watering for Arduino DIY 3.3 5.5. 3.3 to 5.5. Does that mean I should give it 5? Does it have is that timing chip regulator solder what? Calibrated by measuring free air and water. Well, you cannot see what I'm looking at, but is there no data sheet? Okay, I think we just need to calibrate it to what we need to read. So I will do that. Yeah, I'll do that next week. On the next episode on Tuesday. In the meantime, I'm gonna start working on scripts for like how to turn what we've done here into like YouTube videos. I'm not gonna teach you how to solder because I'm bad at it. And there are better lessons out there, at least on YouTube. Better teachers for that kind of thing, definitely, than I am. I just kind of do whatever, and some of them come out okay, and some of them come out awful. Some of my pins and joints. So I'm not going to try to teach you how to solder. I will assume you can do that on your own, or get one of these things with the header pins already on it. But then after that, right, assuming you have it, I can just start saying like, okay, you need a chip like this. I don't know if I want to try to make it like a super real course and like have standardized hardware, but I don't think so. I don't think my theoretical audience cares that much. That's what my instincts tell me. Nobody cares. But we'll see. I guess I'll put in some notes to say if there's feedback, here's how you can reach out to me. And here are kind of the parts that you need. You need an I2C thing for the humidity and temperature sensor. You need something like this, capacitive sensor with an analog line. If we get to LEDs, need one of those. Regulators, you probably need one of that. We'll get to that. But yeah, I think the next thing is going to be this. After that, I think a screen. We'll do a little screen. I have this, one of these liquid crystal displays, LCDs. This has some interesting logic on it. This wouldn't actually go in the real Compost monitor because there's no way this would survive in the environment. Like it's supposed to be warm and moist, so high humidity. That would just, I think, wreck this thing. I'm planning on, for the actual device, is to put it in a little box like this and then seal it off. Obviously, wouldn't have all these wires sticking out. These would be permanently attached to the probe, which I would kind of just have stick out, like that. Drill a hole in there or whatever. And then similarly for the battery, I think I have this attached just so I can measure the current and whatnot. But you would attach a 9-volt here. There's a little regulator that steps that down to 5 volts. And then you should be able to seal the whole thing up and throw it in there. Maybe stick it on the wall of it somehow or whatnot, and then have these probes sticking out everywhere you got something coming out. I would fill it with like silicone, just to prevent as much moisture as possible from getting into the thing. My only other concern would be just the operating temperature of the thing. If it gets too hot, I have to check the data sheet. I suppose I might as well look now, while I've got you. It is 6:45, so I should probably stop soon. But yeah, let's take a look at dev kit. Power regulator, sure. Where is... I need some specs, yo. That's... Is this for the whole kit? No, this is for the... For just the core. Although I suppose it probably has... Okay, this is for the whole module. I think. Is that what this is? Yeah. The whole module packaged with all the wireless stuff. This one's got the built-in antenna. This one's got an external antenna. Plug it in there. Yeah. Operating ambient temperature. Ah, shoot. There's two versions. It should not go up to boiling. But how much is 65C? How hot is 65C to Fahrenheit? 149 degrees. Do I expect it to get that hot in the bin? Compost bin temperature. The optimum temperature is 160. As long as the pile is turned. What? Can cause spontaneous combustion? I doubt that. My compost bin is not. It doesn't even get close to that hot, which is part of the problem. So maybe if it dies, that might be a good problem to have. I gotta just make a new one. But yeah, I have no idea which one it is. So let's see. What the heck? What is all this? Technical reference manual. Data sheet for the W room. How do I know which features? Bluetooth. Where did I see 65 degrees? Okay, here we go. S3 65 seems a low if the optimal is 160, which would be 70 Celsius. So hopefully I have the 80 version. 85. Let me look. ESP32 S3 room 1. R2. Did I read that right? MON 8R2. No. Where R2. N8R2. Will it tell me which module is in there? No. No, how do I know? Voltage, maximum operating 85 is what it says. For this guy, anyway. I had to look at all the other bits. R2. Yeah, let's take a look at DigiKey's version of this. I will assume the crappy knockoffs that I've purchased. Well, maybe it's not safe to assume. Let me take a look again at what I purchased. Whoops. USB 32. Search orders. Do they have a data sheet? No. Da 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 da. Temperature. No, 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 no. Yeah, it's not telling me. More pictures? Here, 3 extra pictures that do not answer my question at all. No, that's oh, here's what I'm looking at anyway. Download something. Yeah, no word on whether any of this is the actual thing. I guess I will assume that the peripheral parts that they've used in this product are the same as the ones that are in the real thing. The real thing. Like, this is clearly like a copy module. So we'll just assume it's the 85 Celsius version. I assume this thing can take it. Yeah, operating temperature up to 125 C. Shouldn't get that high. Be quite hot. So I think we're done with that data sheet. Well, actually, let me... I will bookmark this. For the YouTube video. I can get rid of some of these. Okay. Cool. I think I'm gonna leave it there. 5 minutes out from 7. That was good. We got our little machine connected to temperature probe with I2C. You read it about once every second. It's actually still running right now. Let's see. I'm going to show you again. So 20 C, 68 Fahrenheit, room temperature, 44, 45-ish. Humidity. That's higher than my little thing over there reads. But I think we're in the ballpark. So then, yeah, next time I'm gonna calibrate this moisture sensor, do some analog input for this, and then maybe we'll actually rename the project so that it's not Hello World anymore. Cool. Yeah. Let's wrap this up by committing. Commit. Read. Infinite loop to read via I2C from what is this thing called? The SHT, I think we call it 35. SHT3X sensor. Temp and humidity sensor. Oh, and I lost my blue cable for the LED. Yeah. We don't got no more blinking lights. There's my extra jumper. There we go. You can't see that, but it makes me happy. Commit. Great. Next time, I'm going to rename this. We're going to do capacitive soil sensing of the moisture, humidity. We'll calibrate it somehow. I'll need to figure out how to break this out. We'll see. All right. It is just about 7 o'clock. Thank you for watching. I will catch you on the flip side.